just found out. I never saw this before. I can display both of my monitors at the same time if I wanted to. See, this is the game monitor. And then this is the other monitor, except I clicked out of it. Click, there we go. This is the other monitor. I had no idea I could do that. Well, now I've messed up my screen. I just found it just now and I was like, wait, why is this not loading? What are you doing? Why did you not load? And I went to click on it. I went to click on, it was loading my other monitor, this one. And I was like, why are you loading the wrong monitor? How are you loading the wrong monitor? And then I clicked to see, why are you loading the wrong monitor? And I found out, I could switch between monitors. I didn't know that. I've never seen that setting before. So then I opened up a second one to see, could I put them both here at the same time? And I can, because there they are, both here at the same time. Well, that's a new thing I found. I see that I forgot to change, like usual. Also, it's supposed to be using my capture card, but it's saying right now that it can't find my capture card. I don't know why. Okay, you can't find my capture card. I'm gonna assume Rascal went down behind. What? Rascal probably went down behind the computer and unplugged the wire or something, but I have multiple ways of capturing the game, so rather than try to find what is causing the capture card to not capture right now, I'll just switch to screen capture instead of game capture, because why not? Make sure the audio works on it though, because I haven't seen any audio for the desktop yet. One would normally test this stuff before turning anything on too. I tend to just test it as I go. We have to wait for the game to load. Oh, you remember the end of stream video episode yesterday? If you remember how it ended and then you woke up today and saw the news. Ah! Now we know. Have I ever mentioned I have insane relatives and I hate being related to them? Have I also ever mentioned how much I would like to be able to turn on the news and not see one of my relatives being arrested on the news? Or, in this case, 23 of my relatives being arrested all at once on the news.
The curse that held him up proved hard to lift, but Yennefer and the Witchers managed to do it.
That crazy woman that's been all over the news that the police were dragging away because, oh, she's crazy.
And an elven sage.
That's my Aunt Lucy.
Avallac'h, and this was his name, was the elven maid who had helped
And if you're on Twitch, the younger man who was probably in his late 30s, early 40s, who was also being dragged away with her. Oh, you are so familiar with him and his 28 Twitch accounts. That's my cousin Shem. You know, the one that always posts in my chat. Shem, his name, Shem, is his username in my chat. Also his name in real life. The one who likes to post links to pictures of guns and then say, this is my latest gun. This is the gun I'm going to blow your brains out with because I'm a Mormon high priest and God gave me the right to kill anybody I want.
Perhaps this was not a good idea after all.
That Shem, the one who posts those things in my chat, that one. So, hey, look. He broke into the White House today and got arrested. The slightly younger woman, in her 60s, being arrested with them. You know her as well. If you follow me on Facebook, you're very familiar with her. You know Portobello Mushroom? Her. My Aunt Barbie Jean. The younger blonde guy also being arrested. That would be my cousin Scott. The older crazy man who raving and ranting, who in his 80s was being arrested. Hey, guess who that was? That was my Uncle David. Should we go on? You heard me, the last stream, the last video that we did, when we ended yesterday, I told you. They were out there getting their guns ready for something. They were talking about taking a trip down to D.C. I didn't realize what they were going to do.
I do, in fact, have this right. For only I know how to activate the saucer, which I shall do on my terms, or not at all.
Lucy started a group. They're always starting groups. They've started several groups. They like starting groups. Shem is the founder of the Loyalist White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, more loyal than the Loyal White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. That's a long name. That's the name of the group. The Loyalist White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan, more loyal than the Loyal White Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. I think he had to make it the longest name he could possibly think of. So, when people are making jokes about, oh look, Nazis and Klansmen down there breaking into the Washington, D.C. Congress, Capitol building. Yes, that was the actual Ku Klux Klan. That was one of the Grand Wizards. My cousin Shem.
Welcome, welcome.
What have you got there? To them? How can I be unrelated to them? I don't want to be related to them. His mother, Lucy, was also down there being arrested. On the news. She has been running around all over Maine, having a hard time staying out of jail. But she's been running around all over Maine all summer. She started an anti-mask group. And they're that MAGA thing. Reminds me of maggots every time they say it. It's like, what are you talking about? Something about Trump. I don't know what it is. I don't know American politics. I have no interest in American politics. I barely have interest in Americans. But they're all hyped up. They pretend we're Americans. They don't even have American citizenship. They're here illegally. They're illegal aliens. Let's pretend we're Americans. Hype up with our support of Trump. Do they realize Trump doesn't like illegal aliens? He hates illegal aliens. He's married to an illegal alien, and his mother-in-law is an illegal alien, but he still hates illegal aliens, so why are they supporting him? I don't know. But they started an anti-mask group, and they've been arrested several times because they've been going all over the state of Maine, coughing on people without their masks on. It's a group of professors from Orono, the college up in Orono. They keep getting arrested. They've been getting arrested all summer long. Check the Maine news. Bangor. Bangor Daily News? Is that what it's called? I don't know. Check Maine News and you'll find news reports. And, hey, there's that idiot who happens to be my aunt. It's not like this is some young crazy woman, like you see a lot of them are young crazy women. No. She's 82 years old. And she's been going around the state, especially going to the beaches, and anybody she finds who has a mask on, she runs up to them, grabs their mask, pulls it off, and spits in their face. What the hell? And then she raves and rants. She's been on the news so many times, raving and... There's memes of her on Twitter. You know how ridiculous it is for me to open up Twitter and there's, oh, look, 10 million memes of these crazy women in the store. And I'm like, oh, good God. That's my Aunt Lucy. What the hell? Yeah. That meme that's been going all over the damn internet. It's got millions of views. It's my Aunt Lucy. She's insane. She's also 82 years old. What the hell? She's plenty old enough to know better. The other day they took a trip to Vermont. My Uncle Craig is dying. One of the good uncles. One of the few who's not involved in the crazy cult shit that they do with their Heaven's Gate. Lucy's husband, David, he's the Heaven's Gate one. He runs the current Heaven's Gate. I said, conspiracy theorists, cultists, aliens, suicide UFO cult. Great. Lovely. I hate Heaven's Gate. They escaped those nuts. I don't want anything to do with them. So I'm not happy about, well, every time I turn on Twitter, there they are. Why are they on Twitter? Why are people recording my crazy relatives and making memes about them on Twitter? I mean, that's what they want. They want that stuff. You're giving them what they want when you do that. They want the attention. Jackasses.
So long.
Oh, who's worse? The jackasses of Twitter who spread those memes? Or my jackass relatives who are in those memes? They are the memes.
Shh, he's coming.
My Uncle Greg has COVID-19. I don't think he's gonna live. He lives in Vermont. So they went to Vermont the other day. They went to Vermont. Some of them got arrested before they got to Vermont. The FBI arrested a whole bunch of them.
True. But she also needs training. She must learn to control her abilities.
Why were they arrested? They were posting on Facebook. They were posting on Facebook saying that they were going to spread COVID-19 and cause riots. They were making terrorist threats on Facebook. So the FBI arrested a whole bunch of them. Lucy and Harvey Jean.
Exquisite
Sure.
irony, but what did I do to deserve it?
They went to Vermont.
Have I given you cause to doubt
Don't
my
care about Greg.
intentions?
They can't stand Greg. They hate Greg. Greg's one of the ones who left the Klan and didn't look back and didn't want anything to do with them because they're all psychopaths. And he knew they were psychopaths and he didn't want to be around them. He's been shunned and disowned. The Klan doesn't want anything to do with him, so all of a sudden they visit him.
Not this time.
only visit him to have what they call a COVID-19 party. He's on his deathbed. He's probably not going to live more than a few more days. And they all congregated to have a big celebration in the hopes that they'd pick up the virus so they could spread it. Where did they decide to spread it? Turn on the fucking news!
Meaning what exactly?
They went to Washington, D.C. and tried to raid the damn Capitol building. They killed somebody. Someone got killed. Shot. Do you realize I have never had a year in my life, not one single year of my entire life, where I didn't have relatives in the fucking news for some type of idiotic terrorist attack. Heaven's Gate was the biggest one, but this is the most recent one. Killed 39 people at Heaven's Gate. And then people wonder why I turned chat on. Well, I got fucking sick of people chanting Kool-Aid in my chat. Oh, you're the one that survived Heaven's Gate? Yeah, I am. I don't want to be reminded of it. You know how sick of I am of the question, hey, what color was the Kool-Aid? What flavor was the Kool-Aid? It was grape.
Sometimes I wish I could be like them.
And no matter how many people want to say it was suicide, it wasn't. They forced it down them people. And the people who survived were the ones who pretended to be dead. And then I see these people who go on about how much they hate police officers and FBI agents. I'm only alive today because of police officers and FBI agents saving my life. I was rescued from that fucking jackass by an FBI raid.
Rummaging through his papers.
The only reason they didn't kill more of us is because the FBI raid happened. We all would have been dead. They weren't going to stop with the 39 that they killed in California.
Avallac'h stiff.
I don't have a TV. I didn't know what was going on. Ben sent me a text. He said, you know what's happening down at the Capitol? No. Started sending me the news report videos online. So I looked it up and didn't think anything of it at first until I'm like, wait a minute. I know those people. Oh my god. That's my Uncle Bobo.
She there
That's my
before
Uncle,
you
my Aunt
purchased.
Lucy. That's my Aunt Becky Jean. That's my cousin Jim. That's my cousin Scott. What the heck? There's my cousin Rochelle. There's my cousin Rachel. There's my cousin Tanya. There may have been more. I recognized 23 of the
Something goes
people
wrong,
in the news
we shall
report
react.
videos, journalists down there. They were grabbing the cameras from the journalists and smashing them and setting fire to them. What the hell? What is wrong with them? Why are they doing it? I wish you could drain your DNA out of you and not be related to the jackass people you're with.
They despise me so they should leave me be.
I hate it. So damn much I hate it. And I hate most of all is that people always recognize them and then, oh, you're related to them, and then show up on my Twitter, on my Facebook, on my Twitch, my YouTube comments. It doesn't matter where I am, even MySpace. Nobody uses MySpace anymore, but people still show up in MySpace to give me help.
Follow it into this
5. Hey, one of your uncles was in the news today. Did you know he blew up the... What was that? Uncle Paul Mountain. Some marathon in Boston a few years ago. Killed a whole bunch of people. It's good life in prison now.
Never mind.
Yeah, I knew something happened because, you know, FBI agents were here asking. Do you realize it's not normal to every few months have an FBI agent knocking on your door asking you questions about, did you know your cousin did this? Where were you when your cousin did this? Can you give us any information? And I'd be like, what? What are you talking about? Don't you watch news? No, I don't have a TV. I had no clue. What the hell? Half the time I find out about these things, it's either from somebody online sending the thing to me and saying, hey, your crazy relatives are doing stuff again. Or an FBI agent at the door. We need to ask you some questions about this relative. You realize I have an FBI agent that's just assigned to looking to me? FBI agent in Detroit. At Portland office.
I shall activate the sun stone. If Caranthea answers the call,
My
Noble
family
Fair
is
should appear at the bay
involved
shortly
in
afterwards.
so many crimes. They just assigned an FBI agent to every time there's something going on. Hey, let's go talk to her again. I don't know. Private FBI agent assigned me. So damn annoying. I haven't had anything to do with any of them for 30 years. 30 years. The FBI raid happened in 1997. I haven't seen or talked to any of them since 1997. The only time I find out any information about them is when I see it on the fucking damn internet. And the news. And the newspapers.
I shall come back with Avallac'h. Together.
You ladderbug. Can we open this? Okay. Guess that was a yes. Speaking of yesterday's video, I'm so annoyed and frustrated and upset right now. I don't want to deal with letterbox. Pick flowers.
Jirel possesses a great power she cannot control.
Pick flowers and
She is
pretend
a
I'm not
danger
related to
to
the
herself
jackasses that
and to
are
others. Until she learns to control it,
attacking
she should remain
Capitol Building
isolated.
right now. Why do I have to be related to jackass cigarettes like that? You'd think now that they're in their 80s and 90s, they'd stop it. No. 80 years old, 90 years old, still going, still here. Jackass. Why? That actually looks quite real. Most of the
3, 2,
skeletons in this game don't look real. That one didn't. Oh, this is that jump. Is there any way up there without this jump? Can I like make this jump? It's a run and jump. He can't do the run and jumps. Can you just jump? No. Oh. I remember saying this yesterday. I was like, that's a run and jump. I don't think Avallac'h can do that. When we walked through here yesterday. Oh wow. He just did a funny leap and cut up here. I was having him jump all the way around while we were doing it, and he's all of a sudden leaped up here. Okay, we made it up here unexpectedly. I did not expect that. We didn't do this one in the first Avallac'h playthrough. We couldn't get up here. We couldn't reach it. He can't jump that good. He can't jump high. Okay, now I think now that we got the ladder, we'll deal with game crashes. Try to avoid stuff that's gonna have to game crash in a ladder book. This is a DLC ladder. This is a Heart of Stone DLC ladder. Make a save file here and come back. I'm not sure if I want to attempt to go down there or not. Trying to see how far down is that? That's a pretty deep one, ain't it? Can you jump? Let's try going down. Wait, do we have an autosave recently? Look. Yeah, okay. We do. Save again so we have a double manual save. Now try to go down. Can game not crash? Game not crash? That's nice. Okay. Beta has decided it's time to play. He loves the, what do you call that? There's a bubbler. It makes this big stream of bubbles that go up the tank. Big, like a tower of bubbles going up the tank. Column, that's it, that's the word. A column of bubbles going up the tank. And he swims over to it down at the bottom. He gets right on top of it, and then he just sits there and doesn't move and lets it ride him to the top. And he swims out of it, and he goes back down. He swims into it, and he's like a little kid playing on a toy. He does that. He's doing that right now. That's what he's doing right now. Locked. Shouldn't we have just gotten a key off that body? Should we have read that letter? We probably should have. Because I see it didn't give us a key, did it? Letter to a brother-in-law. Okay, let me look. What? Let me click the right button. Pick it back up. Flying Monsieur, we already got that. That's the one that froze over our head yesterday. Doesn't say anything about the key. Doesn't say anything about the key. Yeah, it didn't give us a key there. Do we have to go back up there and need something else? Maybe we do. Let's go back up there and find out. I like this little cave. This is a nice little. This is a nice little room. I like this.
Who would have saved yours then?
This would make a nice little room for reading and writing and stuff. A little study. I love caves. What a color of the sky. That is such a nice shade of blue. I like that. That's one of my favorite colors, that like cerulean blue.
As you
there.
wish. I'll be at the graveyard.
How did we get up there? Got up there by accident. I was just jumping at random and he all of a sudden leaped up there. I'm going to do it again. No, don't slide. I want to jump. He did it again. Exactly the same way he did it last time. He did that funny roll and ended up here. Alright. Is there anything else to loot? It was just that body, right? Nothing over there. Somehow we didn't get the key for it. Is this one of those quests? It's a two-part one that we should have gotten something somewhere else and then it told us to go here, and then we get the second part of it and then we go down to the bottom. It's possible. There's like a camp or something over there, and I was thinking it was connected to this. Is there something we have to get over there? I can't remember. I can't remember. Oh no, I can't remember a lot of this quests.
There's naught you can do to make us turn on one another.
I've been having memory issues for the past year. It's been annoying. Things like this, where is that short-term memory? What's the difference between short-term memory and long-term memory?
At last.
Short-term memory is just stuff like you did something a week ago and you can't remember it now, right? And long-term memory is stuff from years ago. Yes? Is that correct? It's like things from the past few days. I can't remember. I can still remember things from a long time ago, but then just things from the last few days, last few weeks, last few months, stuff like that. I can't remember. Do something yesterday and I'm like, wait, what did I do? Which it's becoming kind of a problem when you see when we play the games and we start the game up and it's only been like 2 hours since I stopped, took a break, come back on, and I'm like, what did I do? And it was only an hour or two ago and I can't remember all what I did. That type of memory loss has been a problem for the past year. Which I said, the doctors are thinking
You clearly know there are many
that
other worlds apart from the one
I
where we live.
possibly had COVID-19 when I got sick that time. The problem is, I got sick June 2019, and then had these symptoms show up after, and they're like, COVID-19 hadn't been discovered yet. So when I got sick, they didn't know what was wrong with me. It was just like, you've got some type of a strain of the flu. It's really, really, really bad. Rest for a few weeks.
But I must get to Drown Dead Rock as fast as possible.
It was. I had N1H1. Or was it H1N1? Which? I can't remember if the H is first or the N is first. Whatever that one was. I had that. That was back. Was it 2010? That was horrible. That was so horrible.
Silence. It's completely still.
Which was, what was that? It was a type of coronavirus. That's what it was. It was it's H1N1, right? H1N1 SARS swine flu coronavirus. The full name of it, I can't remember the full name of it, but it's a type of coronavirus. I know a lot of people are like, coronavirus is new. Coronavirus isn't new. Coronavirus is something that's been around for centuries. It just new strains of it have shown up. The COVID-19 strain of it is new. So I had coronavirus before. It was, I think, 2010 is when I had it. It was really bad. It was the worst thing I'd had in years. Not the worst thing I ever had.
Cyril will
I
wait
did have a thing
at a
worse
safe distance
when
from
I
the
was
knock.
younger. But this was like the worst thing I'd had in 30 years. And it completely disabled me for a long time. Months. I couldn't do anything for months on end. And I was like, I don't ever want anything like this again.
Room on the top floor. One with the balcony.
Did you know Lucy and her kids were all at the Trump rally in D.C.? Yes, I did. I saw them on the news. I was just talking about it. Yeah, I did.
It was created so the mountain elves could summon the vessels of the ML. Now it merely serves as a symbol of a lost opportunity to unite the two tribes.
That was my mother. I don't hear from my mother very often. I hear from my mother maybe 2 or 3 times a year. She doesn't contact me right. So you always know when my mother contacts me, something's up because have you ever seen my mother's Facebook? I'm usually the evilest thing this side of hell, according to her. It used to be she started out a Mormon and she was super Mormon. She's a 4th generation Mormon. I'm a 5th generation Mormon. And
Through a world whose sun had just died,
fundamentalists,
I barely reached the next passage in time.
they're different. A lot of people think Mormons and they have this idea of Mormons who, 2 teenagers in black suits going door to door with, have you heard the word of God? Missionaries. Not that type of. FLDS, fundamentalist Mormons. Look that up. The ones who wear the prairie suits, the long dresses, they look like Muslims. They're often mistaken for Muslims. They carry machine guns and they hate everybody. They live on compounds. They're famous for starting groups like, oh look, Heaven's Gate. Ruby Ridge were also fundamentalist Mormons. Look at that, how nice. And also, Ruby Ridge, hey look! a terrorist family that I'm not related to for once. Who would have thunk? They actually exist.
Stay there and look away.
Some people, when they hear Mormons, the first thing that comes to mind is, oh, those polygamists who have hundreds of wives. Them, yes. That's the fundamentalists, the FLDS. Note there are 5 different types of fundamentalists, FLDS. Some follow the official Salt Lake Church and the Salt Lake Prophet. Others follow that guy in Texas that I don't know his name. He went to prison recently. We're not the Texas group. We're the group that follows the Salt Lake Church.
Do you believe humanoids have a monopoly on destroying one?
There are different groups within groups. My mother has 2 husbands. Her father had 2 wives. Her father, you know him, David Henry Atwater, best friends with George Avallac'h. George Avallac'h, otherwise known as Op, Pop, Ip, Dip, Up, and Bo, depending on which year you talk about. You ever seen the guy with the long yellow robes, the purple Nike sneakers, and the big triangle purple on his chest, and everybody's like, oh, the ultimate cultist. That's George Avallac'h. The old blind man with the pink zoot suit and the big fedora that used to stand behind him in all of his videos. That's my grandfather, David Henry Atwater. The guy with the long, wild hair that went down to his knees, black hair. The machine guns. People like to ask, why do you always eat with plastic forks? Oh, I was 37 years old when I found out that forks were something you're supposed to eat with. Do you know I didn't know that? What did I think forks were?
The training I did
Look at
with
the
Avallac'h
scars on my
was
arms. Forks were used to pin children down by stabbing through the bone to hold you down. That's what forks were used for. Courtesy of Mervyn Bruce Atwater. Thankfully, he just died from COVID-19, so. He had his body cremated and dumped in a dumpster. He didn't deserve a funeral. Heaven's Gate, at their worst. My mother's father and her brother.
Brilliant deduction. Bravo.
12 brothers. My mother's child number 8 from wife number 1. Do you know I have more than 4,000 aunts, uncles, and first cousins? Did we just find what I've been looking for all week? I think we did. Where are we? Are we near that? We are near that thing on the map. Then I was right. That is it. Okay. I know we can't do that quest yet because we don't have it. There's a quest item we need for it. But I wasn't looking for it right just now. And there's that thing that it is the exact same texture file, isn't it? That's why I kept thinking the other one was it. Dead Right Forest, that's the name of it. Couldn't remember the name of it. Yeah, we were walking down that path the other day, and I was like, this looks like it, and then it wasn't it, and I was so confused. It is the same. It's the same texture file. That's why I thought it was the same one. Remember, we couldn't get our horse up the thing. We had to leave our horse behind. We had to
I
climb
guess
up
I must
here.
jump.
Oh, it wasn't here. It was the other one. And I said it didn't look right. You can hear the lesson. I can hear the lesson. Where are you guys coming from? Did you actually go all the way around instead of just coming with us? They did. They went. Why did they do that? Alright. But this is that thing we've been looking for all week. There's like the old ruins of a castle up in here. But there's a lesson up in here, and the travel companions are gonna run ahead and kill the lesson if we get too close. Can we see the lesson? We should be able to I can see the lesson. There he is. I can hear him. That sound is the lesson. There he is. He's right in front of us. Way, way off in the distance. I don't want to go close. I don't want to go closer because I don't want the travel companions to rush ahead and kill him. But is he's guarding, he's right in front of that gate. We need that gate. Is there any way to get up there without, can we go around the lesson somehow? Where'd he go? I don't see him anymore. There he is. He went into the bushes. Yeah, he's right in front of the gate. Is there no way to get around? The travel companions always rush ahead and kill things, and I would like them to not do that. The question mark's the lesson, right? Is it a guarded treasure? And then the castle ruins are up here. My aunt, who has 8 husbands.
That is precisely one of the reasons why Gels abhors your world, your senseless brutality.
October 19th, 2020. She married her 9th husband, so she now has 9 husbands. She's 82 years old. She's the same age as Lucy.
Quick, hide!
Donnie and Lucy are the same age, too. Have you got a big herd of wolves with you? There's a big pack of wolves going back and forth with him. I want to see...
Never mind.
Can we, like, climb up here? No. No, slide. Climb. I want to climb. There we go. See if we can get... If there's a way we can get to the castle without disturbing the lesson.
Apparently, Imlerith came here at Eredin's behest, to order the crones to keep their eyes open and ears pricked, in case Avallac'h were to seek shelter in his Velen hideout.
One of her brothers. One of his brothers. Uncle. One of my uncles. Has 5 wives currently that he's still married to. 10 wives that he's divorced from, but they still live with him. Goes back and forth between a compound in Montana and one more. Live up in the mountains. He has thousands of cell phones.
Quick! Hide!
Buys him by the massive pallet load case. Every time he wants to call somebody, calls them with a cell phone. Only phone call from that cell phone. Never uses that cell phone again. Throws the cell phone away. Conspiracy theories out to wazoo, that one. Kind of needed. He's on the run from the law.
But I can't very well tie her up.
Castle, ruins, busy castle. It's wanted for murder. That's why he does it with the cell phones. I only ever saw him once. Vader's still doing his bubble dance.
He is intent on my gift not falling into the wrong hands, not spinning out of control.
Okay.
It's why he teaches me, protects me.
Castle. Let's see. The door to Leshen is in front of, I think, is the only door. I don't think we can get in any other way. So I think we have to get... Okay, that's the question. I think we have to get pretty close to the Leshen in order to get in the door. Yes, the question, the Leshen is the question mark.
Wimp.
Oh, we're right over Leshen here. There he is. We should be able to get a good view of him from here. But you guys try attacking him. Don't attack him. No, stop. They're throwing arrows at him.
Apparently, Emmerith came here at Eridan's behest, to order the crones to keep their eyes open and ears pricked, in case Avallac'h were to seek shelter in his Velen hideout.
That did not work. There we go. That will. That's better. The travel companions are trying to kill him. I just took all the travel companions off. Now we can... Okay. This is my favorite Leshen in the game, too. This is the ancient Leshen. Oh, the big moose horns. Most of them have deer horns. This one has moose horns. I like moose. We get moose all over the place here. See moose all the time. I like the sound effects you get with Leshens also. Nothing else has this sound effect that you're here with the Leshen. It's the Leshen's the only thing that has this. Okay. But the travel companion's gone and the Leshen over there. We should be able to just go in here and explore now, and the Leshen shouldn't bother us, I think. The Leshen isn't going to bother us. Alright, he won't bother us unless we go down into the swamp where he is. So, where is the hidden treasure? It's down there somewhere where he is. I can't see it. If I could see it, we could, without the travel companions, make a run down for it. Try to get it before he kills us, and then get back out of there. Nice little wolves here. I didn't even see them. They were blended in with the rocks. I almost walked into them. I like wolves. Wolves are pretty. We don't have that many wolves around here. coyotes, we got the Kaiwolf hybrid. The Kaiwolf hybrid packs them everywhere. Kaiwolves look like wolves. They look like coyotes, but they're the size of wolves. They're like scraggly, fox-looking little coyote things, but they're big, like a wolf. So they're really distinctive when you see a Kaiwolf. There aren't a lot of them outside of Maine. Maine's one of the few places in the world that has Kaiwolves. If you've never heard of a Kaiwolf before, look it up. They're half coyote, half wolf. Okay, how do we get in this thing? It's this tower here that we can get in, right? Is it where this it? Can we add this? No, it's not that. I can't remember where. It's been so long since I was last here. I don't come here that often. I don't come here that often because of the Leshen. My preference is to not kill Leshens, so I tend to avoid areas where there's Leshens. If the Leshen wasn't here, I would probably come to this building more often, just because I like this building. But we have never, in our exploring stuff, we have never explored this area extensively at all. We've stopped by once or twice, or we're like, hey, there's this, let's go look at it while we're here, and then kept on going. So I don't know this specific area well. And I can't remember how to get into that building. I thought there was a trap door and you climbed down into it. But I'm not seeing anything like that. I knew there's a thing like that for Arames's building, which is near here. So maybe I'm mixing up how to get in here with that. Let's look at the map. What's the map telling us? We can't zoom in any closer. Move away from there because the arrow for the player character is coming up half the map. After where I'm looking. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's that tower there. Does it not unlock until you have the item? Because we don't have the item. We could spawn in the item. Do I know the name of it? I thought it was here that you get in. This is a quest that we haven't done in 3 years. So, I don't remember how you do it. I don't think there was anything from the outside. I know where the item is you have to get, but the quest is so long. It's like 10 hours. That quest, to get that item is around 10 hours. Because you have to do a quest and it leads to another quest, and you do another quest, it leads to another quest, and you just have to keep doing that over and over again. You need the Maltese Falcon, that little statue that you get at the auction house. The Maltese Falcon is the key to get in here. I'm pretty sure you can't get in here if you don't have it. Oh, you're right there. Usaurus. Oh, I don't like the Usaurus. It means they're going to attack us. I don't want to fight you. He's got out. Can you come up here? You're coming up here. Ow. Ow. Yes, you can come up here. I don't know what his range is, how far he can go. If he can follow us right up into this building. I think he can. Oh. Leshen attacks are not easy to... Are those wolves attacking the Leshen? Okay. He's going away. I don't want to fight the Leshen. Also, we just found the Leshen statue thing. Do you have to do something with the Leshen in order to get in here? I can't remember what is this quest. I know this is the quest with the guy that what was he? He was like a professional blackmailer. And he was going around to all the nobles. He would kidnap their firstborn children. And usually it was a male, and this is a time period where the firstborn male is all important, so everybody would pay huge amounts of money. But then they found this one, their firstborn child was a daughter, and they were glad to get rid of her because, yeah, it wasn't male. Firstborn male was all the rage, and it was a firstborn female, so who the hell cares? And so he couldn't get any money back from her. And it turned out she was like some type of witch, and she cast a spell that caused the Leshen to guard this place, and the Leshen ended up killing him. And I think she died and became a wraith, and she's down there in the basement still, and we have to set her free. Oh, all the wolves died. Okay, so Leshen wolves are not immune. And they're still going to attack us. So we need to find the Leshen wolf file. I've seen people, and they get to a Leshen. There aren't my Leshens in the game. I think there's like 5. There's around 5. I can't remember the exact number. I've seen so many people. They'll try to fight the Leshen. All these wolves will attack. That's it. And they'll stack up. I wish the wolves would stop attacking. I'm trying to fight this Leshen. These wolves are getting in my way. And then they'll kill all the wolves. And I didn't see you coming. They'll kill all the wolves, and then they'll try to fight the Leshen again, and more wolves will come. And they don't pay it. We're stuck in a loot animation. He's about to hit us. Well, now you're dead. Alright, the Leshen's dead now. That's with the little Leshen. I think you have to have the letter. Wrong one. And you have to have the letter. And then you have to defeat the Leshen. And then you have to go unlock the key. You get the key with the letter. in order to get into building. But I think you can't get into building without the Maltese Falcon. And we don't have that yet. And I can't remember, what is the file code for that? Because I could spawn it in if I can remember what it was. We've spawned it in before to get into this building without doing the quest. So I know it's possible. There should be something down here. I can't remember what or where. I guess we can spawn our travel companions back in since Leshen's dead. I was trying to avoid that. Just some rooms. He was refusing to wear a face mask at the rally trying to spread COVID. Yeah, I know. I was aware of that. I was just talking about in the beginning. That's what I was saying. That's Greg's got COVID-19. That's why they went to visit Greg first before they went to DC. They made an active attempt to make everybody down there sick. In addition to attacking the capital. Oh, 82 years old, you would look at that as, oh, that's a sweet little old lady. And there's the guide treasure. I was thinking it wasn't a box, but I couldn't remember what it was. It's a skeleton. There's the key, and that's part 2 of the journal. Okay. Now this is one of the quests. There's multiple quests related to this. That's what I was talking about. That's why it takes so long. I don't know. Can we get inside now? Okay. That's it up now. I think we can get inside now. So you did have to kill the Leshen. I was hoping we could get down here without killing the Leshen. That's what I was trying to do. Because I've done it before. I know we did this quest before without killing the Leshen, but I don't know how I did it. There is a guarded treasure Leshen in Cameron. I've been able to get that treasure without killing that Leshen too. Alright, it said to use Witcher senses, so it's gonna require Witcher senses. It's gone now. It was here. I was right. This is where we had to go in. So the Leshen was putting up a barrier. Did that go down as soon as the Leshen died, maybe? I know you can't get all the way in without the Maltese Falcon. There's an additional, when you get down in here, there's like an additional room that's locked. And you can only get in with the Maltese Falcon key. And I think almost all the loot in here is books. I think, isn't there a race you have to fight? I think you fight her after you have the Maltese Falcon. I think it's called Dark Family Secret, something like that. The second part of the quest. And wait, I went to light a candle. I like lighting candles. Okay, we got more. Yeah, I know if you read all of these, it tells you the whole story about how this guy was kidnapping all the firstborn children of all these noblemen, and he was ransoming them off, getting blackmail money and stuff. And they were all firstborn sons until they ended up with this one that was not a firstborn son. It turned out to be. Okay, so that part of it's complete. Came up against one that wasn't a firstborn son, it was a firstborn daughter, and she was a witch, so they were glad to be rid of her, and then so they didn't pay the ransom. And there's water on the floor. I didn't realize that we're standing in water. You can see it moving. But yeah, they were glad to be rid of her because they thought she was a witch, so they didn't pay the ransom to get her back. So they were like, oh boy, somebody took her. And he couldn't. I think she was a lot like Ciri. The way Ciri is in the novels. Really, really whiny, annoying bitch. Exactly what Geralt called her. That's the way it described her. She was bitchy and demanding, basically, is the way the story was describing her. And so he kept lowering the ransom, and they wouldn't. We got a brick keeps glitching out on all the corners here. It's bothering me. Can you see it? Where is it? It's showing up right there in that corner. You can see it better on this one over here. Yeah, see it right there? And I saw it in the other room too. And this looks like an art door. Are you an art door? You are an art door? There's the right here. And there's two bricks. Three bricks. Three? Okay, I remember there being a race in here. Were there more children that they kept and they each became a race, maybe? Can't remember. I know the story was focused on that one girl, and I think there's like 4 books, 4 journals, 4 letters. I know there's a letter, when you break open the Maltese Falcon, there's a letter inside of it that tells you a lot of the story. And then we just picked up 2 journals. We picked up a part 1 and a part 2, which also tell you a lot of the story. And I think there's another letter laying around somewhere. Like right down the ground. There's a letter right down the ground. That may be the other letter I'm thinking of. Which would give us a total of 4. I was thinking there were 4 parts to it. That would give us a total of 4. Ransom letter, yeah, the ransom letters. Your daughter is in good health. Continue to show your said health. Your father gives us money. Yeah. Hey, Raphael? I like the name Raphael. It's one of my favorite names. Well, obviously, it's why one of my fish is named Raphael. I like Archangel names. And this box may be the one where you have to have the Maltese Falcon. I think it's that box. Yeah, I think it's this box. This box becomes accessible once you get the Maltese Falcon. You can use it to open that box, I think. The Maltese Falcon opens something in here. I couldn't remember what. I was thinking it was another room. It may be another room. But now that we're down in here looking around, I think it's this box. Those bats flapping around up there. Okay. Anyways, I remember over the course of the story, it tells he kept writing letters back to this guy, and the ransom kept going down lower. And the final ransom letter was like, just take her, we don't want her anymore, get her away from us. And her parents were like, no, you're stuck with her, we've had a son now, and your wife was pregnant, we had a son, the son's the firstborn now, we no longer acknowledge this girl, you solved our problems by taking her away. And she called up this lesh and ended up killing the guy that had kidnapped her, and I guess she died as well, because it's her wraith that we just fought. So I can't remember why there's 3 wraiths instead of just hers. It probably says in the letter. But yeah, it talks about this thing. It talks about that she built this thing to summon the Leshen, and that's why it's here. It was like protecting her from that guy. But then she ended up dying as well. So we are without our travel companions now. Okay, we need to get our travel companions back. I need to move my legs. I've been sitting in one spot too long. A little bit sitting here. 1 hour and 18 minutes. Okay. Mercy's curled up asleep in the blanket over there. Usually she's under a blanket, but she's rolled the blanket around like in the shape of a nest. She's rolled the blanket around like in the shape of a nest and curled up inside of it. See that? Well, see, it's not. It's the light is shining on it, so you can't see it that good. We still get the sound effects of the Leshen, even though the Leshen is dead. Okay, so we need to get Siri back first because Avallac'h's gonna have a nervous breakdown if you can't see Siri for a few minutes. You should change that one. I never used that one. Didn't come out the way I wanted it to. I like this one here a lot. I use that one a lot. And we use this one a lot too. Don't use this one as much. He can't hug her with this one. This one's for some reason broken and he can't hug her. I'm not sure why. But I like the gray dress. So let's have her wear the gray dress. Now let's see. Get our dog in here. There's our dog. What else do we need? We need all our
You won't get the
girls.
chance later.
Where was
I shall await you by the boats. amongst
Notice
the
he
solids.
started talking as soon as I spawned the dog, and his voice is in the dog. I couldn't figure out how to get his voice in the player character, because every time I tried to get a voice into player character, it kept defaulting back to Geralt's voice. And I was like, wait a minute, we always get the dog with us. So I put his voice in the dog. So if you pay attention when Avallac'h's talking, his mouth isn't moving, the dog's mouth is. It's funny. But I came up with that idea one day when I was talking about the fact that in the novels he had the ability to put his voice into other things. That was a thing he did. He had pet echinops, the big flower things. He had pet echinops, and they talked for him. He would put his thoughts into the echinops, and the echinops spoke. And also the Babagazi also spoke for him. You're Novigrad Square till there you are. And let's see. We have so many dresses for her.
What's that?
That's the one we use a lot because that most closely matches the way she was described in the novels. Except she had black skin in the novels, and I haven't figured out how to give her black skin. I like that a lot.
Tried to protect her.
It was a
But
different
because-
green and blue. I don't think, have we ever used that one? I don't think we've ever used that one. And let's see. We wanted a wild dog, which is characters, monsters. There it is. Oh, Spotty dog. We could have Spotty dog.
Speaking of which, as the future
What's
empress,
the dog we usually
I
have?
could secure you a comfortable position as court teacher.
that's another spotty dog. That's who I'm looking for. And another spotty dog. There's 3 different spotty ones. I like you. We'll have you too. We keep switching out our dogs. I wish there was a gray brindle. The only brindle is a brown brindle, which I like brown brindles too, but I like gray. The blue merle brindle, which is a gray brindle, is the type of dog color brindle.
For example, one such passage will open soon near where we are, fortuitously enough, between this noble edifice and the butcher's yard.
We could have a lesson with this. Lesson Ancient? Is that the one that was just here? I can't see your head. I can't tell if that's the one that was just here or not. Can't see your head. I don't know which one it is, and I can't see the head of them.
Yet it also gave us time to flee. Avallac'h opened a portal. I leapt in. He was supposed to follow right behind me, but something went awry. Impaired by the curse, he failed to reach the portal in time.
Oh, our bunnies. That's right. That's who else we're missing. And I think didn't change guard dog, did they? Or did they? Yes, these are still the default. This is what the dogs look like in the vanilla game, and they're all adorable looking. And I think they changed the appearance of this one too, right? But they're kind of clipping. Get our rabbit in.
Took you a while. Did you run into trouble?
That one that was glitching out the other day. Does she classify as a secondary NPC or a background? Because I don't think she has a name, did she?
Did you know?
I think she's a background NPC. No? Wait. What do you look like? No? No, these don't even have eyes. Okay.
I'd give you my heart.
So,
What kind of spell
oh, is it
that?
quest NPC? Isn't there such a thing as a quest NPC? Alright. Novigrad citizen. Woman poor and woman rich? Ah. Okay. Okay, here's the file that's glitching out. I just found it. Well, there's the old lady. And then it suddenly loaded a younger woman. Who's her body
Do you fear I'll level this place like I did Cairmore?
Okay. Well, so now that I've And her file is in there as well. Okay. So now that I've found which file is causing the issue, I should be able to go in and figure out which mod is causing it and remove this file from that mod. It was Novigrad Citizen Poor. Okay,
Will you
Novigrad
believe me?
Citizen Rich is also affected by it. There's an old woman too, because I remember saying the old woman was affected by it. And we had a Skellige. When we were in Skellige, there was a woman in Skellige also who did it. Yep. Okay. So we gotta figure out which mod is added in those 3 files. And that was weird. Why did it do that? Also, what caused the game to crash? But why did OBS do that? Weirdness. Alright. Let's reload the game. Oh, you know, I could look at the mod list right now. While the game's not loaded. Didn't even think of that. I should do that while my brain is remembering which file it is. Except now I gotta wait for the game to go through its start process. There we go. That shouldn't come up for this game. Okay, that's confusing me. Okay, close the game. That shouldn't happen for Witcher 3. Also, shouldn't that only happen for a console? At the start of this, I said it couldn't find my capture card. It was giving me an error and it couldn't find my capture card. What if my capture card needs to be updated or something? I have no clue. Well, I'll figure it out later. Let's see. What do we got? Okay, I know. I don't know. I want to make a new mod. Oh, that's right. I had opened that. No, I opened it here. That was one of the ones I opened because I wanted to see. Okay, so we can do it in this way. Let's add file for mod. See if we can figure out what was the name of it. It was Woman Poor. Yeah, I was thinking it could be a WIN file, but what if it's a mesh file? I don't think it's a mesh file, but it could be. We'll check the WIN files first. Novigrad Citizen, Crowd NPC. Okay, that's it right there. This is showing mods using it, but they're not mods we're using. That's interesting. Mark it again. I know none of these mods here are changing anything with the texture file. So is it a mesh file? That's more difficult to fix. That's mesh file. Where's the mesh file? Why don't I see it? There it is. It has a number in front of it. That's why I didn't see it. Okay. So it would be this. AIO. AIO's it, isn't it? Okay. That mod is messed up a lot. It is most likely that. I know that's gonna take too much time to try to do while we're recording videos and streams and all that stuff, so I'll do it later. But yeah, that mod has had issues so many times. Alright, second one back.
Curse that held him.
We didn't change anything with mods, so you shouldn't be having issues with mods. And I think I have an eyelash in my eye. don't know what the timestamp of when it crashed was. Try the last one? Hmm? I don't know why the game crashed. We weren't doing anything that would typically cause a crash. That. That's weird that it's all of a sudden crashing. But those girls keep glitching out. And I see that AIO is editing them. And AIO is an incredibly buggy mod. And that's a mesh file error. Mesh file errors can mess up the game so bad. The ladder bug is a mesh file error. I think it appears to be. There's stuff up there not down. The stuff up there on the shelf upside down that should be on the shelf above it. Rascal must have done that. Try this third one again. No. You're not going too high on something, are you? No. No, I can see OBS is only at 5%. So which one was... We tried down to the fourth one? Did we try down to the fifth one? I don't know. Try loading back here? It's not going to load any of them. That's bizarre. That's what happened the other day, though, right? You know what? Let me get Task Manager where I can see. There we go. No, don't highlight everything on the desktop. And to see, where is the game? There is the game. Okay. Is it that? I want to see, is it that 1,800 megabyte error? Because if it is, that is one of the more annoying bugs ever. That's that one. It's an error with the hex code, and the game developers. So many people have asked about it on the forum, and the game developers put an answer up saying that they tried to fix it. They don't know what's wrong. They gave up. They're not going to fix it. Okay, well, it loaded this time, so whatever it was, I don't know. Okay, let's go back to what we was doing. We're now, it took us back far enough so we don't have any of our travel companions. We have to do that all over again. Which one did we end up putting on, sir? Well, Siri's new clothes on again. It's doing that. I zipped down through it so fast that I didn't notice when it did it. That's okay. That one's okay. Wait, Siri's face is doing something. I don't know what. So I doing it on that one? That's weird. Let's put this one. It's not the same one we had
Ready?
before. Yeah. And we had which one? It was quite a
Cyril will
ways
wait.
up, wasn't it?
At a safe distance from the Nagle.
Was that one? That's similar in color to the way she is in the game. Let's go with that. Why is it? What are you? Oh, that's the one with the glitched out green shoes. We've had that one on before.
No creatures. Merely a sea.
Splendid.
Can't see your shoes now. Okay. And so we want that same file as normal to get the other girls. They're separate from the rest. That's the one we had before there, isn't it? I can't remember which one I had on. Alright, these girls are the ones we're looking for now, though. And a lot of these aren't finished. And some of them are being
I'll
affected
manage. Get out of my way.
by that hug from the other ones. Okay. That gives us more of a hint. That file that is glitching out there, that's Corinne Tilly's file. That's the same skirt as her.
Appearances can be deceiving.
There's a gray one. I was looking for the gray ones. There aren't that many gray ones. I gotta go back and finish making more of them.
Follow me.
Mine's green and purple mixed.
I'll go see where our dearest sage is.
Because I know I didn't put the Corinne Tilly one on here because it's a 12, which is a different type of file. And yet it's overlapping on several of them. That's interesting. Yeah, I didn't put any 12 files on these. I don't even use the 12 files when I'm editing stuff.
It's simple, which does not mean it will be easy
And
to
yet
execute.
more than half of them have the 12 file showing up. So that's 3, right? We need 1 more. That one we have, right? And we wanted to change. Is that the one that glitched out? What was the other one? It wasn't as far up. That one. That's it. That's what we wanted to change her to. That's the one that doesn't have the glitched out shoes, right? Yeah, her glitched out shoes is a vanilla bug. If you look at her in the vanilla game without any mods, her shoes under her feet, it's like just her feet and then there's no legs, and then sometimes a pair of shoes flickers on, but then her feet disappear instead. It's weird. It's the way they made her in the vanilla game.
I'll manage. Get out of my way.
We did... the other duck. And it was that one. Okay, so now we got our girls and our dogs, or two of our dogs, right? You and Siri and ducks. We don't have our printer. I like having our brindle dog. Maybe we start having our brindle dog.
Truly.
Where do we
Can
leave our
all of you
horse?
be unfamiliar with
The
the story
game
of Galban
crashed
and
and
Dillion?
loaded several times. Our horse was like all the way back on the other side of the road. It was all the way back to where we climbed up. And also, what is my mouse is like? Did I live where I ran my mouse? The mouse is
But I
not.
won't allow it. Far too great a risk.
It's full of cat hair. The mouse is like not responding when I'm trying to make him move, and it's acting like the battery's almost dead. Wait, this is taking us down to the water. I don't want to go down the water. Huh? How do we get back up to where we were? Wait. We took a wrong turn or something. Oh, that's right. We didn't come on the path. We kind of went around and came in here funny, and the mouse is
A very old world, thoroughly raped and destroyed.
the mouse is acting weird. I'm having a hard time controlling him because the mouse is like, I move it for him to go, and he's just continuing on where he's going. The hell with where the mouse is going. Yeah, we climbed in through here somewhere, didn't we? Didn't we? Like,
3, 2, 1. Very good. On time.
there we go. Yeah, we came around this way. That's why we're going the wrong way. So we left our horse up here somewhere. We left our horse that way somewhere, but I saw these flowers. Never going this way.
Silence. It's completely
Oh,
still.
you were fatigued. You know, we actually had a good place where we could stop and sleep. What's attacking us? Okay, there's a place over here where we can stop and rest. We'll go this way. Just trying to remember where are we? What are these things that are attacking us? There's where we're going. There's 3 of you guys. we get all three of you in one hit? No, we got two of you in one hit, though. Wait, are there four? Wasn't that one over there different than the one that I just killed? There's always three here. And every time you come through here, there's always three here. They keep coming back. There's always a poison one, a pine cone one, and a big shell one. They're always here. If you need to farm for anything that they drop, this is always a good place to come, because these are always here, no matter how many times you kill them. They're always spawning back here. But there's a place over here we can meditate. Except we is without our horse, right? Is our horse still on the map, or did it despawn? Is it even worth it to go look for it? It despawned. It ain't even on the map anymore. We left it right about here at this triangle. Okay. So, we will go this way and
Could use a portal about now.
call our horse when we get there. Where? Wait. Are we going the wrong way? Look at the map again. Yeah, we are kind of a little bit going the wrong way, because where I was going was over here. Which is... which way? Is it this way? Stand in this direction, look at the map again. Okay, kind of this way. I wish the map on this, I wonder if there's a way to make a mod for that. Probably is. I wish the map on this was like in Don't Starve, where the whole map is like black. And as you walk through an area, it leaves a path. And if you wanted to undo the entire map, you would literally have to walk back and forth, and back and forth, and back and forth, until you get the whole thing. Which, they call it Fog of War in most games. Like, there's a similar thing where it opens a grid around you as you walk, so it's not as tightly contained. In Don't Starve, it is exactly where your footsteps are and no place more. But in Age of Mythology, it's like a grid around you, so when you step into a new grid, it opens up the whole grid. We can still hear the Leshen. We're about near where we left our horse now, aren't we? Because I heard the Leshen, and we started following the Leshen. And it was right around, it was like right up there around that bend. Yeah, our horse despawned, because it ain't even on the map. And he's getting tired, but still got enough energy that we can make it to this place. It shows it as a guarded treasure that's lit up red. It's a mod that's
That is
causing those
precisely what
markers to
agrees
show
with
up the
my
way
girls
they
about
are.
the
I was trying to remember what does it mean, because it's not the same as what the vanilla game means. I think, don't they show up red if you haven't done them, and then they show up gray if you have? So it being red means we haven't done fighting the ghouls yet? Is that what that means?
What's that?
I can't remember. In the vanilla game, they show up white, and then after you completed them, they gray out. But the gray and the white are so close to almost the identical color. There is so little difference between them that it's almost impossible to tell if it's white or gray. Okay, I see where we're going. There's a graveyard up there with a little tomb. Yeah, see those three monsters, the three giant insects, they usually spawn in
Avallac'h
right
made
here.
their choice.
They can
I
spawn in
made the
anywhere in this
decision.
area, but right
I
here is
must
usually
stop
where
it.
they spawn in. They're so ridiculous when Siri says that. Avallac'h didn't believe in the white frost, which in the novels was called the white cold. He didn't believe in that. He didn't believe Siri had any magic powers. Yeah, see, they spawn back in. That's what I was just saying. No matter how many times you go through here, they're always going to be here. You just got captured. You can't get close enough to hit it. Since one of them spawned back in, the other two are probably going to spawn back in soon as well. Anyways, he didn't believe in the white frost, white cold mythos. He laughed at that. He thought that was stupid. Geralt was all panicking about it. Geralt was, white cold, white frost, corpses, people. And like I said, drum more britches. Oh, that was what he said. He just, Geralt's going, panic, panic, panic. And I'm like, yeah, more britches. He didn't believe in it at all. And then Siri's doing panic, panic, panic. Go look, everybody's saying I have magic powers. Everybody's chasing me. I got magic powers. I got panic, panic, panic. And he's like, you don't have magic powers. You don't even know what magic is. Magic isn't real. What these people are calling magic is just science that they haven't discovered
Appearances
yet.
can be deceiving.
That just spawned in right behind us. So that's the spawn point right there. That she thought she could do this whole Laura Dern thing because Avallac'h was so damn obsessed with Laura Dern. So every time she wanted to try to get him on her side, it was always, well, there comes the other one. She was always, well, Laura Dern this and Laura Dern that, and that would get him mad because you know shit about Laura Dern. You guys are all going to do this. So they spawn back quite quickly. One of the spiderwebs just randomly appeared there and attacked him, but there's no monster shooting it. Alright. Now this was saying that the ghouls are still here. on the map, I think. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Help me.
Yes, it was saying close to there. Yes, we did read the map correctly. Were you the only two? I felt there was more than that. We might have killed some of them already before. Because this save file is 4 or 5 years old. This is an old save file. It's from the Regis playthrough, so it's a really old save file. Did those just jump up out of the ground right there? As soon as we turned around? So why are they dropping blue mutagens? Don't they usually drop red mutagens? They're necrophages. Necrophages usually drop red mutagens, not blue mutagens. That's weird. Dropping a lot of mutagens, though. We don't need them, let's say. We do need red mutagens. We don't need the blue ones. Alright, let's walk away from that again, see if that happens again. So they are coming up right near us, depending on where we step, right? And that one was an owl. That's odd, though, isn't it? We gotta go in that tomb there in a minute. But isn't it odd that this is doing that? Because usually when we come up here, this whole area is just full of ghouls already. They don't spawn in as we walk towards things. This is a really good place we come and stop and meditate when we're in this part of the world. So. We frequently come here. And those 3 big ones are probably gonna show up again. Yes, they did. Yeah, we've had time for them to come back. I got sidetracked when I was talking about, didn't I? I got sidetracked by these things. I just remembered when we got back down here that I was talking about something when these attacked us.
What's that?
What difficulty we have on here? Do they spawn in with different difficulties? Because we've been doing deathmatch on the second Avallac'h playthrough. I'm not sure. I don't know what difficulty this save file is. Just a story. Okay. So does it change if we change it to deathmatch? Find out. We just changed it to deathmatch. Yeah, I forgot we had just a story on this one. So maybe they do spawn in different. Because we've had them attacking us a lot. And it was the third one here because I thought when I attacked this, I heard something die and that didn't die. That didn't die until I hit it the second time. So was the third one here and I didn't realize it? I don't see its dead body. There it is. I think as long as you just keep going back and forth here, these will endlessly keep spawning in. Let's go back up to the ghoul area now. But I was talking about Siri was saying that wherever that gave her a choice, and she has to save the world, get rid of White Frost. That whole speech that she does about that. Avallac'h never would have told her to go save the world from the White Frost because he didn't believe in White Frost. It was considered a mythology thing. It wasn't even something people took seriously. And he didn't believe in magic. People called him a mage and a sorcerer, and he completely didn't believe in that. He said he was unsavvy. And then Siri's like, "Oh, so you're a sorcerer?" And he starts laughing at her and saying,
Truly.
"No, but
Can all of you be
you
unfamiliar
can't
with the
understand
story
it
of
any other
Yalvan
way."
and Dillion?
He was a scientist, but not really. He was a scientist mage blend thing. However you would describe that. He considered himself a scholar. And he was also a doctor. And anything that Siri tried to say was magic, he would point out, "No, you just don't understand science. It's science, it's not magic. This can all be explained with science. None of it is magic. There's nothing supernatural about anything that I do. This is all science." And she couldn't understand that. He didn't believe in magic. He did not believe magic was a thing. So that whole thing what she tells you there when they're at the tower and she's saying, "Avallac'h gave me a choice and I have to go save these people where you're all going to die if I don't because, White Frost and all that stuff." And that is so contradictory to the novels.
I'd give you my heart. What kind of spell is that?
She had been told that by a lot of people. And we see a scene where she's telling all of that to Avallac'h. She's telling him, "I'm the chosen one. I'm supposed to save the world. I gotta go stop the white cold." And the wolf blizzard and all this stuff, and he just laughed at her and said, none of that's real. He's the knowing one. He can see the past and the future and the present and every thought in every head of every person on every planet in every galaxy in every solar system in every galaxy of the entire universe. Which is why he was going out of his mind, because he could see all that. He was a scion. And we need to meditate, but it's full of water in here.
What can you possibly know about that?
Let's see. She's his wife, and he talks constantly non-stop. Usually about Ciri and Lara. Why would Ciri think it's strange that she knows everything? Why? Especially when Ciri lived with her and knew what Avallac'h was like and what she was like. Again, it contradicts the novels. So bad. Alright, even though there's water in here, it's annoying me that it's
completely still.
There's kind of a monster habitat out there. We're gonna meditate in here. It's less water over here. We'll meditate in here. What was it at? It was at 70, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 or 7? Let's go 6 and see if that is enough. Six is enough, but now you're thirsty. Do you have any food in your pockets? You're hungry too. You do have food in your pockets. He'll glitch out if he doesn't have food in his pockets, and I tell him to eat something. So we can tell immediately when he does. It only went down 2% though, didn't it? What did you eat? I have no clue what we just had him eat. But it looked like it was a snack item and I went down 2%. What are you carrying for food? Oh, a jar of honey. No. Don't want that. Oh, so these are DLC pants, right? You can wear those without being glitched out, can't you? Can you? I think you can. Looks like you can. Is that the one we wanted more of? No. What's the one we wanted more of? What's the name? I can't remember. Zoria, right? Zoria. Do we have more Zoria yet? Are you? No, Zoria's the one with the... It's this one, right? Yeah, we need the higher level one of it. We don't have a higher level one of it yet. Okay. We need 2 more of it. Those are all 3 Zoria? All 3 Zoria, yes. Food. Do we have any food that's going to give you 13% plus 6%? That one's good. We'll give you apples. Okay, try that again. That particular type of honey puts his vitality up, which he rarely needs his vitality up. Usually his vitality is pretty good. It's his stamina, his hunger, thirst, and fatigue that are usually the issue. Did we miss lighting a candle? Did we miss lighting a candle? How did we miss lighting a candle? Does it not light? Why you not light? There it goes. Did your candle miss? I hate missing candles. Or lights.
How many times must I try?
And now it's daytime. Okay, that's right. I meditated. I forgot. So I said, my short-term memory is kind of getting bad. I meditated, what, 5 minutes ago, and I've already forgotten. And I think, don't these things show up in the daytime as well?
He
So
hasn't
they're,
ever had a problem changing his mind.
they're still going to be here, right? And there's an herbalist over there that we can sell stuff to, so let's sell stuff. I hear thundering behind us, and we don't have the... Okay. We don't have the mod on that turns the thunderstorms. That's right.
You human.
We took that off. We don't have a repair kit for that. Wait. Call our horse. Where's our horse?
Unusual tastes.
Call horse. There we go. Where's horse? There's horse. But you're trying... Okay. You stay there. We gotta say. There's the second one. Where's the third one? They always come all three of them at once. The key isn't in that house over there, is it?
Apparently, Emmerich came here at Eridan's behest, to order the crones to keep their eyes open and ears pricked, in case Avallac'h were to seek shelter in his Velen hideout.
Which way is it in Velen? Okay, get the fact that he might have a hideout in Velen. That's logical. Why is Laura Darn's tomb in it? His cave in Skellige at the Druid Grove is where Laura Darn's tomb was. It annoys me that they put her tomb in a different location and they didn't tell us why. Geralt does say it looked like her bones were dug up, though. Her bones are laying there on top, which also, he wouldn't have done that. He was... he reassembled her body so that he could keep her in his bed, also. So it wasn't just her bones. And Avallac'h went full Edgar Allan Poe and Laura Darn. No other way around that. Should probably point out that for most of my life, Edgar Allan Poe is my favorite author, and my favorite novel is the not novel but short story novella. It's long enough to be a novella, isn't it? Novelette. Novelette. Longer than a short story, not a novel. Quite a novella, though. It's novelette. Fall of the House of Usher, Roderick Usher, having been my favorite character for most of my life. So, that says a lot. If you don't know, The Fall of the House of Usher is one of the many, there were many stories written by Edgar Allan Poe, where wife dies, husband goes insane, and there she is, laying in his bed for the rest of her centuries after she died. In the case of The Fall of House of Usher, she was also his twin sister. Where'd our horse go? I left the horse right here by the end of the stairs. Did you despawn again, or did you run off somewhere? You ran off somewhere. You went to that house? Where's the house? It's showing our horse near that house. Alright, our horse went over here. ran to the nearest house. Edgar Allan Poe became my favorite author. Fall of House of Usher became my favorite book, and Vincent Price became my favorite actor, all when I was 4 years old. So, I started liking crazy men very young, didn't I? Ben had a funny realization the other day. There's our horse. He's sitting there saying, I don't know whatever goes on in his
And if my
brain.
breast needed smearing with fox tallow.
Avallac'h, what do you think he's gonna do? She says that to Scal, but she should have said that to Avallac'h. Did he was doing that in an Siri ran around with no shirt on half the time. I said, we always knew where Avallac'h's hands were in the novel sense. Always. You're a weapon repair kit. But we do have these. Ard. Ard. How many spaces did that have? I don't know. We'll move 5 over in case it had enough. Ard. We're using a lot of Quen. Let's go Ard, Quen. Since we've got 2 Ard and 2 Quen. Oxy, Igni, Erden. What are we using a lot of? Haven't really been using any of them. More likely to use Erden, if any. And we have some of... Okay, I'm going to move all of these over. Because we're on our way to the Runewright to have him upgrade these to the greater ones for us. So. How many... Wait, we have several Naganatas, right? Oh, we have so many Naganatas we're carrying. But we have the silver... We have another empty silver one. What's this? This is really good stuff. These are all so much good stuff. Wait, do we have any boots you can wear? The new moon boots. You likely can wear those, right? Can I wear those? Wait, can he wear this? So that we can put his hood on? It's not going to have all the crazy stats his blue toga would have. We'll try and find out. Okay. Done with horse. Are we going to glitch you out if we put this on you? Looks like no. We glitch you out if we put these on you. Again, looks like no. No. You can wear these and we can put your hood on you. Possibly, though, we may have to reload the game. Because the hood may glitch out.
Follow me.
If we don't reload the game first, but let's find out. Okay, it is gonna glitch out. We're gonna have to reload the game. You won't have all the stats you had before, so you have to be more careful.
The Isle of Mists.
Ah, you can wear your hood. I wanted you wearing your hood before. You couldn't.
She's not safe. The hunt.
Okay, so he's slightly glitching out. His hood's doubling right now, but that's okay.
Then there'll be nothing to stop him from returning. He hasn't ever had a problem changing his mind.
I think meditating won't fix it, right? It has to be reloading the game, going to a fast travel. Yes, it's glitching out his cape. It's because the cape file on one is slightly different than the cape file on the other, and it's different enough to cause it to glitch. But we have a merchant over here. We'll go to this merchant over here, and then we'll figure out what we need to do to get your hood fixed. Also, wait, can we get in this house? That was a question I just asked, and I wanted to check while we were here. Where's the door in this house? I'm fine, no, unless it lets us add that. Yeah, it doesn't let us add that. Okay. Oh. What is that horse running way fast? He actually has a really low poly. His not texture file, his 3D model, and you can see that when his cape's glitching out. You can see he's got a really low poly. I will have to at some point give him a high res poly. That's why his hair's clipping. That mod that makes his hair blonde, they actually changed his 3D model, so it's not the same as what his hair looks like entirely. The style is a little bit different. And it's got a high poly, and then the rest of his 3D model has a low poly, and it starts clipping. So in order to fix it, I would have to give his head file a high poly to match the hair file, which they didn't do when they made that. Did I just hear a monster? What did I hear? Oh, ghouls. Was an abandoned site. Okay. I didn't realize it was an abandoned site. Yeah, that didn't classify enough to unglitch him, so he's still clipping and glitching out here. Okay. It moved us. I was like, where are the ghouls we were getting ready? We were up there. We were completely surrounded by ghouls. It moved us down there. There's a... When we turn... Wait, there's something happening over here. Can you see that right behind that bush? What is it doing? It doesn't do it when I get close to it, and that bush is in the way. I can't see it back here good. There's some type of a glitch in the mesh pile there. Right there. Wait, we're not going to walk close to it because glitches in mesh files have a tendency to glitch him out if he gets too close to him, so not get too close. We've been going almost 3 hours. Well, that's an excuse to reload the game then, isn't it? We'll finish looting these things. And then can we get that building there? We can stop and save in that building there since we just rescued this villager. There was a red mutagen. We needed that. We needed some of those. Because we need 5 greater mutagens, and we made a new greater mutagen, so now we need 4, right? Or was it 6 that we needed and we made 1 and now we need 5? I know we made 1, but I can't remember. What order was it that I said we needed 5? Was it we needed 6? Is that the key we needed? That's the key we needed, right? Yes, that's the key we needed. So I was right, we did need to come over here to get the key. When we were up there in the Griffin's Nest, and I said, I think that you have to go across over here, and across over here is where we are right now, to go get the Griffin thing. But I couldn't remember. But I was right, we did. We just got it. So it was a multi-part quest. Weren't there more Griffins? Weren't there more ghouls than this? Did we? Did some of the loot disappear because of the time
Gelban was a
passage?
sage of the Outer Hells. He fell in love with an Enshade, Dilly, yet she spurned him.
The loot will disappear if you either go too far away from it before picking it up. We didn't do that. Or because it's quite a long distance. It's like you have to completely leave the grid. You guys are burning bodies. I don't know which is worse, the psychotic kids in this game or the psychotic kids on Twitch. They both make me want to hate children. I've never encountered vile, evil, sadistic, lewd, disgusting children before I was on Twitch. All I can think of is, what the hell kind of parents do they have that children act like the children you see on Twitch? Parents ought to be ashamed of themselves for raising brats like that. That's for sure. Never go stealing butter knives again. Why did I steal butter knives? I don't get stealing butter knives. Like,
Run for your Oscar sword from all the kissing.
okay, I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Want a snowball boogeyman?
Yeah, wrong person to ask that too. Also wrong person to call Boogeyman. Maybe he fits both of those. when it comes to Avallac'h and women snuggling with him. The more the merrier. You know, as you can see, the more the merrier. Ciri didn't know how many women he had living with him. You see a scene where there is 3, and then you see a scene where there is 5, and there was just a lot of them. And Ciri knew that, and she was perfectly okay sleeping in bed with Avallac'h and all his women at the same time. Because she did that as well. And you get it to Gabe where she did, and she meets his Lyra, who, you know, she's already met because obviously. I remember you. Of course you do. You sleep in bed with her and him. It's a game and its weird logic of. Ciri's getting mad because, hey, look, she just found out Avallac'h has another war. She knew he had women everywhere. He had hordes of women. And a scene where he runs by naked with lots of women running after him, throwing their underwear at him. That is just there for no reason. There's no reason for that scene in the novels. None. The story's just moving along, doing its thing. All of a sudden, Avallac'h runs by. He hasn't got any clothes on, and there's all these women running after him, throwing their underwear at him. And Ciri's response is, well, there goes Avallac'h again. Like, that's not the first time he's run by like this. Out for his daily jog with women chasing after him or something. I don't know. And it has nothing to do with the plot or the story. It's just one of those scenes that the Witcher series has. It has tons of them. These scenes that Andrzej Sapkowski is like, well, I'm going to write this. And, I wonder where I can put it. It doesn't match the story. I'm going to stick it in anyways. Hell, if it goes with the story, here it is. Like Tris Marigold and her seeds. 2:48:18. Okay, so we're going 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 18 seconds. I'll probably start right back up. I don't know. It's 4 a.m. Wow. 4:05 a.m. January 7th, 2021. Never forget. Combination of both hiccups and burps at the same time. That's worse than one or the other. How did I not know what time it was? We've only been streaming a little over 2.5 hours. That means I started streaming around 2 a.m. That's not right. Closer to 1:30 a.m. Boy, have I lost track of time, because I was thinking it was like afternoon. I have a big heavy black fur blanket covering the window, so there's no light coming in from outside. What little light there is, we're so far north, we only get a few hours of daylight anyways. I lose track of time so easily if I don't see the sunset coming up and going down. But I was thinking it was like noontime. I must have at some point noticed that it said 12 and thought noon and not midnight. But in my brain just, I didn't pay attention to it. Well, it's 4 a.m. Oh, my sense of time is so badly messed up. Largely because I'm in bed all the time. I hate being in bed all the time. I wish my doctors would figure out what is wrong and figure out a solution to. Now we know what it is. Now we know how to fix it. Now you're fixed. Now you can go back to doing what you're doing. Live life outside of bed again. I hate being stuck in bed all the time. It's too sick to move, too broken to get up. I hate it. Used to be so damn active, and now I can't be active. If I was somebody who was sedate to begin with, it probably wouldn't be as bad. But I was hiking and mountain climbing and horseback riding, and I was just an incredibly active person. I walk my dog 13 miles every single day. I'm stuck in bed all day long. Oh. And somehow I've lost track of time on it. I've lost 12 hours somewhere because I thought it was the afternoon. 4 in the afternoon is what I thought it was, not 4 in the morning. Oh well. So, I don't think I'm tired enough to go to bed. So I probably will restart the next episode in a few minutes. Which, since this is not live, won't mean anything to you because you can watch it whenever since it's going up on YouTube. And Twitch uploads. Almost nobody is aware that Twitch has the ability to upload videos the way YouTube does. They've had it for years and nobody uses it. Everybody thinks of Twitch as a streaming site and they don't realize Twitch has this massive archive of, hey, you can just go watch videos. So, uploaded videos rarely get any views. You see a big difference. When I live stream, I will usually average around 120 views. But then if I upload the video, it'll maybe get 10, 15 views. And same with reruns. Again, reruns, most people don't realize they're a thing. So when I play reruns, they'll get maybe 2 or 3 views. Reruns and uploads rarely get any views, whereas live streams get a huge amount of views. So. Oh well. I'm not somebody who cares about views. I do this because this is what I'm going to be doing anyways, and if you want to watch it, I put it up so you can watch it. So, I don't make any money from either Twitch or YouTube. I only accepted the affiliate on Twitch so that I could put my chat to emote only because it was the only way we could get the lunatics to stay out. Speaking of the lunatics, I wonder how long they're going to be in jail before they... Okay, what's the jail time on breaking and entering in the White House? Capitol building. That's different from the White House, right? Okay, now I'm confused. It's the Capitol building is where they attacked, but I'm trying to think, is the Capitol building also the White House? It's not, is it? I should know that. It's one of those things that it should be basic knowledge. I never know what's going on with American politics, and American politics bore me. I didn't even know Trump was president until his second year of presidency. That was funny. You're like, who's president? And I was like, oh, I don't know. I remember Bill Clinton at some point. And they're like, wait, Bill Clinton was 20 years ago. Like, oh, yeah, okay. President's only 4 years. Oh. Nope. They said, do you remember us having a black president? And I was like, did we have a black president? I have agoraphobia. I don't go outside. Also, I don't have a TV. So, it's sometimes many years before I find out news reports. I said, I wouldn't have known that it was my relatives and family and everything down there attacking. People hadn't sent me the video footage and been like, Ain't this one of your uncles? Ain't that one of your aunts? Isn't this one of your cousins? Watching the news report videos and... Yep. It's a hell of a lot more than one or two. There was at least 23 that I recognized. It's probably more that I don't recognize because I don't know the second and third cousins. I don't know the kids of any of the cousins. I wouldn't know any of Lucy's grandchildren, her great-grandchildren, or her great-great-grandchildren. I wouldn't know any of them at all. So there's probably more than 23 in that group. I recognize 23 of them. Their relatives are in the news again. I noticed one of the news articles said that the LDS Church was contacted, the Salt Lake City headquarters, to find out, what do you have to say about this? And the church leadership has refused to comment. Well, every one of those were Mormons, so I don't know how many of the people that were there in addition to them, but they were Mormons. Those 23 that I recognized, and anybody that they took with them. The Mormon Church has been doing the Trump thing a lot. The Trump thing where they were very pro-Trump. The church was very pro-Trump and was very telling everybody, make sure you vote for Trump. Churches aren't supposed to tell you who to vote for, but they were doing that. That's what they were doing. All the bishops and all the churches were doing that this past few months. Make sure you vote for Trump. Vote for Trump. Vote for Trump. That's what the girl just kept saying. I said, whatever. I don't want to hear it. They haven't been having any meetings offline, because of COVID-19. So they've been televising the church meetings and stuff. And then after the election, Trump. What the hell happened after the election? I don't know. Yes, I caught a breakdown or something. I don't know how you describe. I was watching it on Twitter. I've been watching it on Twitter on a daily basis. I started watching Trump's Twitter on a daily basis just because it's like, wow, are Americans crazy? Wow, is the God King of America crazy? That's what my Aunt Lucy calls him. God King Trump. God King Trump. Okay. Whatever. God King Trump. But I've been watching this whole... Oh, and Kat Kerr has been one of the worst ones. If you don't know Kat Kerr, she's a famous TV evangelist, preacher, and Kenneth Copeland. Oh, look him up. I used to watch Kenneth Copeland years ago, back late 80s, early 90s. I liked him back then. But then around maybe 94 era, his sermonizing changed. It was like when he first started, he was young and inexperienced, it was in the 80s, and it was like back then he actually cared about people, and he was actually worried about people, and he actually prayed for people. But then you could see he changed. There was a difference. There was a really big difference. It was a noticeable difference. And it was like early mid-90s. You started to see him, like he started getting arrogant and pompous and egotistical. And so I lost interest in him because it was like, you could see when he started, he actually was in the ministry because he wanted to help people. And then you could see as he was getting more and more famous, the fame was getting to his head, and he was like getting really arrogant, and he was changing. His personality started changing. And then he started doing, what did they call it? There was a word for it. Prosperity ministry. He started doing this prosperity ministry thing. And all he talked about was money. He started focusing on money so much. And that was so dramatically different than what he was doing when I first started watching him. It was just... It was like all he talked about was money. The prosperity ministry. And it became kind of annoying to just hear him steadily nonstop talk about it. He was obviously, he got obsessed with money. He realized he could get a lot of money from being a TV evangelist, and it just went to his head. You could see it went to his head really bad. So I lost interest in him and I stopped watching him. So there was maybe a space of like 5 years where I watched him every Sunday. But he was really young then. He just started. He was like maybe in his 30s back then. And he's, I think, 91 now? So it was a long time ago when I watched him. And I didn't even realize he was still on TV. I hadn't heard of him in years. You know, it's been like, what, 30? It's been over 30 years since the last time I'd watched him. It's been longer than that, I think, because I think I watched him in the 80s. I was trying to remember, when did I stop watching him? My grandmother died in 1994, so it was before 1994. Because I'd stopped watching him before she died. So at some point before 1994, I'd stopped watching him. My second grandmother, Grandma Eva, she died in 1994. Not Grandma Helen, the other one. And when the COVID-19 thing started up, I started seeing people started posting memes on Twitter with Kenneth Copeland's face on it, and I was like, wow, that's Kenneth Copeland. Wow, does he look old? And yeah, he's in his 90s now, so he's pretty old now. I was looking at, I was like, wait, what is it? Why is his face on all these memes? I didn't know what was going on. So I looked it up. And I was like, oh my god, he's lost his mind. It was like maybe in August when I looked it up, and it was something, I think he had done it like in April, and the memes were gaining popularity on Twitter. You've seen him posted on Twitter a lot. And he'd done this thing where he was telling people, he did a sermon, and he was telling people to drink Clorox bleach to cure COVID-19. And I was like, wait a minute. Did he just really say to drink Clorox bleach? That's going to kill you. So that's what this meme was. It was a meme for COVID-19 and Clorox bleach. And I looked up this, and I watched the video, and I was seeing these clips, and I was like, okay, did somebody make these things splice into his words, or did he actually say this? So I went and I went to his website. He has his own website, and I went to his website, and I found the original video that he uploaded on his own website. He actually said that. He told people to drink Clorox bleach to cure COVID-19. He said COVID-19 is just a mild cold. It's not even as bad as the flu. He said it's not. He goes into this whole thing, and he's talking about how it's a hoax, and I'm like, what? 9 people in my family have died from this. I'm well aware that COVID-19 is not a hoax, and okay, this is quite weird. And I was like, boy, has he changed a lot. And it was like this weird, it was so different than the way when I used to watch him years ago. It was like he was a conspiracy theorist. And he was spouting off all this stuff. He sounded like this wild, crazy conspiracy theorist. I was like, what happened to, how did he get, like, he didn't used to say stuff like this. What happened? It's been at least 30 years. I think it's been more closer to 40 years since the last time I watched him on TV. So I didn't, boy, has he changed a lot. And then when the election happened, there was this other meme that started showing up, and again it was Copeland. And I was like, okay, now what did he do? It was just before the election. It was like 2 or 3 days before the election. And he did this thing where he was gathering up. His church is huge. He has 20,000. His church building fits 20,000 people all at once inside the building. It's one of the biggest churches in America. I think it's the 3rd largest church in America, because I think there's one in Florida that's bigger. His is in Texas. It's in Eagle Mountain, Texas. And there's the one that's got like a glass cathedral thing that I think is bigger than Copeland's church. It's a mega church, and you know, it fits 20,000 people inside the building. It's a huge mega church. And it's packed full, and I'm like, wait. I know in Texas the stay-at-home orders were still in effect at the time he made this video. And it's packed full. Nobody's wearing masks. Nobody is social distancing. There's no spaces between the seats. They are packed bumper to bumper. Okay. It's 20,000 people packed bumper to bumper. No masks. No social distancing. And he's doing this thing about Sleepy Joe. And I'm like, what? What's this? There's no preaching, no Bible scripture or anything, no sermon. He's just in this rant about how much he hates Joe Biden. And he's just on and on. He hates Joe Biden. And he's telling his church to go vote for Trump and to protest Biden. And I was like, wait a minute. This is so far outside of what a minister should be doing. So far. And I remember when he used to stay out of politics. That was a thing he used to do back in the 80s. He would say, oh no, we don't talk about politics. God has politics all handled. We don't need to worry about it. That's what he used to say. And now he's telling people, he went Trump crazy at some point, and he's telling people go vote for Trump, and he's got this, and they start chanting. He starts doing his hands around like this, and he starts jumping up and down like his grasshopper. He's bouncing up and down and swinging his hands around, and he starts telling people to start chanting, and they're all chanting the same thing, and I'm like, oh my god, Kenneth Copeland has turned into a cult. What the hell has happened with this guy? He's gone insane. I used to like him, and I'm like, wow, has he lost his mind? Wow, am I glad I stopped watching him years ago before he got like this. Oh, it was so funny. But then, the day after the election, was this like 6 days after the election, when they finally got to a point of saying, yeah, Biden won and Trump lost, and Trump's doing this landslide thing, and he's going, we won by a landslide, and I'm watching Trump on Twitter, and I was like, oh my god, Trump has lost his mind. And I always thought he was crazy. I followed Trump on Twitter since 2008, and I remember Ben had told me that Trump was running for president. And I remember when he said that, I was like, has anybody ever actually read his tweets. I've followed this guy on Twitter for decades, and because his tweets are hysterical. I mean, he's a riot, and he's always been like this. He joined Twitter in 2008, same year I did. He was one of the first people I had followed when I first joined Twitter. His Twitter account. If you go back and scroll through his Twitter account, I'm one of the very first people to ever follow Trump. I'm one of the first 10 people to follow him. And so I've seen him over the years. Back then he was an author. And so I followed all these authors that were on there, and he was an author. He had written several books at the time. And he got into doing TV shows and stuff after that. So he was famous back then, but he wasn't that famous. And then he did something with TV shows. He had a reality show or something. And he got famous from that, got really famous from that. And then he became president. And I remember when Ben had told me he was running for president, and I didn't realize he had won until quite a long time after, because I don't pay attention to politics. But I remember when Ben told me, Donald Trump's running for president. And I was like, nobody's going to vote for him if they've ever seen his Twitter. That was what I told Ben. I was like, I followed this guy on Twitter for years. He's crazy. Nobody's going to vote for him. And then later, he actually won. He's president. And apparently not a lot of people followed him on Twitter until after he became president. And then his Twitter just exploded. And then people found out how he posted on Twitter. But he's always posted on Twitter like that. That's not new. There are people that's constantly on the news all the time. Trump's tweets. You should have watched his tweets years ago, because a lot of people probably would not have voted for him if they had. I'm surprised anybody voted for him if they had ever seen his tweets. I really don't think he would have ever become president if people have read his tweets before he became president. But then his tweets got worse when Biden won. Because I was watching this election because Trump was getting crazier and crazier, and COVID-19 had me focused. I wasn't streaming, and I wasn't doing a lot of stuff I'd normally be doing, and I've been too sick to get out of bed. So I've been doing a lot of just sitting here watching craziness happening on Twitch. Twitter. I have spent most of 2020 just reading Twitter. As a lot of it's been Trump and Trump fans and Trump haters, because they're fascinating. It's like they're so crazy. And Trump is so crazy. His followers are so crazy. His haters are so crazy. They're all crazy. It doesn't matter whether they like him or they hate him. They're just all crazy. They're obsessed. And I can't understand. Why are they obsessed? Why are they so obsessed that they're following him like a cult? Why are they so obsessed that they're obsessed with hating him? Why? I don't get it. But then he started doing this thing about, oh no, it's won by a landslide, and it already announced Biden had won. And then another meme right after that happens. Another meme shows up with Kenneth Copeland again. And he's standing there and he's laughing. And it's just this meme of him, like this evil, maniacal cackle that you would expect from a supervillain in a superhero comic book movie. Like something you'd hear the Joker doing in Batman. And this meme was showing up all over Twitter, and I was like, okay, what did Copeland do now? Now I'm watching Copeland again. I haven't watched this guy in 30 years. Now I'm watching him again because of, like, this guy's... I used to like him, and now he's gone insane, and I'm like, what happened to him? And so I go and I find the original video again. I go to his website, find the original video that he uploaded. And it's this long sermon, after it was announced that Biden had won, he had called a special announcement and got all his members of his church together to do a prayer warrior meeting. It's like a Monday or a Tuesday. It's not on Sunday. So they're all there at the church. He gets all these people there again. No masks, no social distancing, nothing. 20,000 people bumper to bumper in this massive church. And he starts getting them chanting again. And they're all chanting about Sleepy Joe, and he's swinging his hand around going, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. And 20,000 people in the audience are now, Sleepy Joe, Sleepy Joe. And I'm like, Copeland has started a cult. What is going on? How has this happened? What happened to Kenneth Copeland? He's gone insane. I 40 years ago, back in the 80s, you told me this guy would one day be the most crazy psychotic cultist on TV evangelism. I was like, Copeland? Really? He doesn't seem like he'd do that. And I was like, I'm trying to figure out, how did this guy I used to watch back then turn into this guy that we're seeing now? How did that evolution happen? What the hell happened to him? He's gone insane. I have so many of Kenneth Copeland's books. He wrote all these different books and studies from the Bible and stuff. I've got so many of his books. They're all his old book. I think he still writes a couple of books a year. But they're all the books that he did when he first started. So they're all back from the 80s. And I think some of them might be from the 70s. He was on TV in the 70s, but he wasn't on national TV until the 80s, I don't think. I think he was just local TV in Texas. When he started out, it wasn't national until the 80s, I don't think. I know I wasn't watching him in the 70s. I was watching Jimmy Swaggart in the 70s, I guess. You know. It wasn't a thing where I actively went and watched those. It was a thing where my parents were watching those, and that was the only thing that was allowed to be on TV. So if you wanted to watch TV, you had to watch Jimmy Swaggart, Kenneth Copeland, Benny Hinn, who's the other ones? I can't remember their names. I actually liked Carmen. Carmen I actually liked. Still like Carmen. Never stopped liking Carmen. He didn't lose his mind to go money crazy like most of the others did. But it gets to the part where this crazy psychotic cackle and like this weird Joker laugh that he does comes in. And he's talking about, he said, did you hear the fake news? And this is Kenneth Copeland, supposedly prophet of God. He calls himself the prophet of God. That's what he calls himself. Kenneth Copeland, prophet of God. That is what he says. He's acting like Trump is God. And he gets to the point where he's talking about Biden has been announced the winner of the election. He's announced the next president, and he does this whole... He says, do you hear the fake news and their lies telling us Biden was president? And then he starts laughing. And it starts out like a mocking, he's not actually laughing. So he goes, ha, 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 ha. And he keeps going faster and faster. And he starts swinging his hand around again. Every time he swings his hand around, it's weird. It's like that's the signal for his audience to start in with him. So he starts swinging his hand around. And he's going, ha, 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 ha. And it's just getting louder, faster and faster until it turns into this crazy cackle. And while he's swinging his hands, his audience starts laughing with him. And it's insane. And this Copeland has turned into a cult leader. How did you go from this guy who acted like you really wanted to help people back, when he was a young kid, and into this crazy old man who is now a cult leader? What else can you call these people when they're acting like that? It's an actual cult. Oh. But then there's another one, Kat Kerr. She's also the TV evangelist that's on everything, and she calls herself the prophetess of God, and she's the chosen one, the next in line. She's going to be sitting on the right hand of God, and kick Jesus out of his throne, but I'm going to be sitting on the right hand of God, and Jesus is going to be over there. I'm here. Wow, is she crazy? She's the one with bright neon pink hair. She dyed her hair bright pink because she said Jesus said pink is his favorite color, and she has to have pink hair. Okay. Look for her videos. You think Kenneth Copeland is crazy when it comes to Trump? I'm surprised there aren't more memes of her. She is the intermediary of God, she called herself. And so her word is actually God's word, because everything she says is the literal word of God. This is what she said in this video I watched. Everything she says is the literal word of God, because God speaks through her. She is God's voice on earth. Okay. Well, then she starts doing this weird chant, and she's got the MAGA, the red MAGA thing that Trump people wear. She's got it on a flag, and she's wrapped up in it, and she's got an American flag, and she's wrapped up in that, and her hair's bright pink. And she starts going on the same thing like Copeland did. She starts chanting Sleepy Joe, and she says, "You can't see them right now, but there are hosts of archangels standing all around me right now, and they're all chanting Sleepy Joe, and they want everybody to chant Sleepy Joe with me." And she reaches out and touches the camera, and she says, "Now all you out there watching, you chant Sleepy Joe with us." What is wrong with these TV evangelists? They've lost their minds. And then after Trump is announced lost, she says, "Nope, he hasn't lost. You wait and see. God is right now with his chisel picking away at the mountain." She says, "I can see him. He's right there. The mountain's right there. God's right there. He's chiseling away at that mountain." And I'm like, this woman has schizophrenia. You can see this woman has schizophrenia so damn bad. Why is she not on medication? And like Kenneth Copeland, she has thousands and thousands of people in her audience. How do these crazy ministers... I mean, I can see how some of them get a following, because they're promising to help people. Send me your love gift, I'll pray for you and stuff. And okay, I can understand them. I mean, there's a lot of those. They're charlatans, but they're promising they're gonna pray on your behalf, and people are like, "I'm sick, I'm gonna send you money, you pray for me." So I can see how these types get followed. But how do people like Kat Kerr and Kenneth Copeland get followers? They're like a circus freak show that is claiming to be the word of God. She reminds me of Dogma. Have you ever seen that movie, Dogma? Alan Rickman movie. I like Alan Rickman, so I've seen almost all of his movies. There's only a couple I haven't seen. I didn't like the movie Dogma that much, but I liked Alan Rickman in it. Plays Metatron in it. But then he's the voice of God. And then there's this woman that stays with him all the time. She's mute. She is God. And so you see this weird dynamic of, this is God, but God can't talk, so God puts telepathic thoughts into my head, and I speak for her, so everything I say is actually something she says. And as you get this whole scene in this movie where it says that, and that's what it reminded me of when Kat Kerr is going, "I am the literal voice of God. And I'm like, how are you the literal voice of God? What? Who made you the literal voice of God? And as I was watching her saying that, my thought was, she watched the Dogma movie and she took it too far, and now she believes she is Alan Rickman's voice of God. I don't know. These people, they're just... I see these people and I went, how did they get like this? Or someone like Kat Kerr, my first thought, or even Copeland, my first thought would be, they had a messed up childhood. They were abused or something, and they're coping with it somehow. But I remember Copeland when he was younger. He wasn't like that. And then I was wondering, did I misremember? So I went back and I found his old videos and I watched them. No, I didn't misremember. He was quite different when he was younger. And I was like, how is this guy from back in the 1970s, this guy, now in 2020? Oh, we know a lot of his history and stuff, you know, how he grew up and everything, because he talked about it all the time. How did he go from that to that? It's like, how is this the same person? '20 was a weird year. And from what we're seeing of 2021, I don't think it's stopped yet. And you see all these people, they're like, 2020's over, and they're acting like the year ending and it's no longer 2020 on the calendar is like, poof, everything that was bad with the year is done. It's gone. It's done. It's over with. Never going to happen again. And now that it's 2021, magically, everything's okay again. All going to go back to the way it was in 2019. I don't like, what I've seen of 2021 so far, looks like 2021 is going to be worse than 2020. COVID-19 has had 2 new mutated strains that are both really bad. Those have both shown up just in 2021, in addition to the few that had shown up at the end of 2020. These are 2 new ones that showed up in 2021. Riots are still going on. They haven't stopped. And now you have rioters for stuff that's been rioting right along, and now an additional group of rioters for other stuff that started recently. So now you have 2 groups of rioters. The Black Lives Matters riots, I don't agree with what they're doing, but I understand why they're doing it, and I agree with why they're doing it. I just think they're going about it wrong. I mean, they're running into stores, smashing things up, stealing, looting, burning up cars, and it's stupid. I mean, you're saying you want people to respect you, so you're going to take a sledgehammer to their car. Why would anyone respect you for doing that? Do you see the problem? So it's like, I get the point they're trying to make, but I think they're going about it making the point the wrong way. The new riots, though, the one that just happened at the Capitol building, I'm like, I don't get this. I'm trying to understand. You know, I'm trying to look, you know, I look at these and I can see, yes, these people, they're making a good point. They're going about it the wrong way, but their heart's in the right place. These people, I'm like, um, you're just sore losers having a fit because you didn't win. Kind of not feeling sorry for you. I mean, that's why you have voting. People vote, and somebody's gonna win, and everybody else is gonna lose. It wasn't just Trump and Biden. Trump and Biden were the two biggest ones, but there were like 12 other people running. Nobody else went nuts. A lot of people lost. It's like, okay. When it first announced that Trump lost, and he started, wasn't that bad at first. It got worse as the weeks went on. It wasn't that bad the first couple of days. But it was like he worked himself into a frenzy, and it just kept getting worse and worse and worse as each day went on. So when it first started, the first couple of days after Biden was announced winner, and it was like, okay, Trump's upset. Understandable. He lost. But then he, like, built up conspiracy theories and paranoias, and it was a thing where, well, if he's right, what he's saying is, if election fraud actually happened, yeah, that's a bad thing. But then, did it actually happen? Was there any evidence that it happened? And a lot of people were saying there was evidence, but then nobody was really coming forward with evidence. So it's one of those things where you're like, yeah, I can see his point. If what he said, if this really happened, if what he said really happened, that's a really bad thing. So yeah, it should be investigated. But then after it's investigated and the investigation's like, no, that's not what happened. Well, that should be the end of it. And so for the first week, you had, I think there was 7 states that recounted the votes over again because Trump was having a fit, and they were like, okay, well, you know what, let's recount. And they recounted, and then there was investigators went in, and it was like, check the machines, make sure this stuff, and a lot of people were double checking because he was saying, well, there was fraud. So people were checking, and nobody was finding fraud. So it's not like they didn't check. But then it was like, well, now they didn't find anything, so now he's mad. More so. I mean, at first he was mad because he didn't win, but now he's like really mad because, well, now people have double checked and recounted, and he still didn't win. And then from that point, it just devolved. And after that point, it was like, well, now I don't get it anymore. I got it at first. I understood it first. Okay, could be fraud. Recount, check, make sure. But then people recounted, checked, made sure, and there wasn't any fraud found. So, okay. Move on. And I was like, you know what? Right now, people like him a lot. Well, then. People starting to hate him now. But my thought was, when he first started doing this, okay, after they checked everything, and they've done second counts now, and they're saying it's not fraud, and I was like, okay. Well, he's just lost, and I saw some of the rallies on TV, because Ben has a little TV thing that he carries around with him, and he brought it over, And he was watching the Trump rallies, and he's like, you gotta watch this, you gotta watch this. So I saw maybe 4 or 5 Trump rallies. Not that many. I didn't see the whole thing. I saw maybe an hour of each one. I could see when he was at the rallies, when Trump was at the rallies, he was really into it. And he was excited about it. He liked doing it. He liked public speaking. And so when it's announced that he lost and he had to fit and they double checked everything and he still lost, my thought at that point was, you know what? He had a lot of people who really liked him. And it was a close election. He didn't lose by much. Right now is a good opportunity to continue rallies. Right now, as in back in November. Because back in November when I'm thinking this. I'm not thinking this anymore. I'm having a different thought now. But at the time in November, I was like, right now, he's got a lot of people who like him. It was a really close election. Close enough that if he started his campaign for next election, is it 2024 or 2025? Whatever year the next election is, he would probably win really easy because he has so many people like him. It wouldn't take him too many more rallies to have enough people to win next time. So rather than continuing to complain, he should stop complaining, put in his whatever he needs to put in to say, you know what, I'm going to run next time. I'll continue rallying. Let's keep right on rallying for next time. I think if he'd done that, everything would have been okay. Just accepted the fact Biden won, done that. Plan on running again next time. But he didn't. And I said, I don't pay attention to politics much. But when he started doing this thing at the end, after it was announced he didn't win, then I started paying attention, and I'm like, okay, where is this going to go? Because he made this video. It was a live stream, and Twitch deleted it. I think, did Twitch delete his whole channel? I think Twitch deleted his channel. He was banned for a while. He had a suspension for like 3 weeks. I'm not sure if he's back on Twitch or not, but he had made a video on Twitch anyways. It was a live stream. And I saw this and it's like he had a psychotic breakdown because he didn't win. And it's not a case where you can look at him and say, oh, well, he's never lost anything before. I mean, how many businesses has he lost? A lot. Almost every business he's ever started has gone bankrupt. So it's not like he's always won everything and he's not used to losing. He is used to losing stuff. And I just started watching more and more of it because I'm like, what's going on? And then he does this stream on Twitch where the one where they deleted it. Twitch cut it off while it was live, and he's saying, I'm not leaving the White House. They're gonna have to drag me out. I'm staying. His Secret Service, he said he had 5 of his Secret Service were devoted to him and not America and as much, and I can't remember how he worded it, but and I was like, is he actually talking about mutiny? And I was like, what the hell? So that's when I got interested, when I saw this Twitch stream that he did. I was like, he's threatening to not leave the White House. He's threatening to not let Biden be president. He's threatening to be the king that people have been calling him. He's threatening to take over America and be king. And I was like, okay. It was at that point that I was like, once he started saying stuff like that, I realized if he stops right now and goes and rallies for next time, he's still got a chance to win. But wow, if he continues with this, people are going to start hating him a lot. And people already don't like him, but more people are going to not like him. He's going to start, people who do like him are going to start hating him with people who had already hated him. And we're seeing that happening now. As I think he's probably still going to run next time if he's in prison by then. I'm starting to wonder, is he going to be in prison by the end of the month? Some of the stuff he's been saying the past few days are like, oh, okay. I don't know what would you compare this with? It's like Napoleon in France, the Revolution, the French Revolution. I mean, what else do you compare this to? It's bizarre. And then you have what happened yesterday. He worked his most devoted fans into a frenzy and convinced them to attack the senators. The senators and representatives, state representatives both, weren't they? I can't remember now which one it was. They were doing the college electorate? Is that how you say that word? They were getting ready to vote on that, and all his fans just went nuts and attacked, and I didn't know it was happening. I had no clue until Ben's like, "Did you know what's happening?" And he sent me this video, and I'm looking at it, and I was like, "Wait a minute, I know those people. Wait a minute, that's my uncle. That's my aunt. That's my other aunt. Those are my cousins. Oh my God! They staged a terrorist attack on the country." Oh, why they've been threatening to do stuff like that, and then okay. David and Lucy, Barbie Jean, Shem and Yvonne. And everybody who watches my YouTube channel, not the YouTube channel that the Witcher stuff goes on, my other YouTube channel. Anybody that watches my YouTube channel and has seen David, Lucy, the rest show up in my videos and rave and rant about all this stuff. And you know, sometimes I'm like, I just hope they do something so big that they get life in prison and I never have to see them again. But then you have things like people pointing out, hey, look at the police officer helping the old lady. Yes, look at the police officer helping the old lady. Oh my. Anyone notice that's a fake uniform? Marshal Scott of Biddeford, Maine, who's not a police officer. That's a stolen uniform. Look at the police officer helping the old lady down the stairs. Yeah, my cousin Scott. We'll see. You have any idea how many times my cousin Scott has been in prison already for impersonating police officers? He's a drug dealer for Scarborough Downs racetrack where they do horse racing. He gets in and out of these places because he pretends to be his Marshall Scott persona. That's what he calls himself, Marshall Scott. And his mother, who was also down there in that video, his mother is an EMT for the same police department. She sold that uniform, gave it to her son, bragged about it on Facebook. Marshall Scott. Yes. Oh boy. Look at the police officer helping the old lady down the stairs. The rioter. Hey, guess what? Take a closer look at your back pocket. I bet your wallet's gone. Queen of the Gypsies. That one. Primary wife of King David himself, the Gypsy King. Wanted by the FBI. Colorado State's most wanted. Third most dangerous gypsy clan in the world. Yeah. Well, it wasn't a police officer helping her down the stairs, and she isn't as crippled as she was pretending to be in that video. That whole police officer helping the old lady down the stairs was a ruse to get out of the damn riots. Oh look, the police officer's helping the old lady. Let's move away and let the police officer help the old lady. Who's going to stop and check that that badge is stolen from Biddeford Police Department here in Maine? Out of prison again. Problem with impersonating a police officer, you only get 2 to 3 years in prison. So every 2 or 3 years, he's back out. Yes, you know what the topic of Stephen King's next book is going to be. My crazy gypsy neighbors who went down and invaded the government building in Washington, D.C. How long is it going to take Stephen King to write that? They live next door to Stephen King in Bangor. Stephen King actually doesn't live in Bangor anymore either. He left. They didn't buy that land in Bangor either. Maine has a squatters' rights law. If you can stay on land for 20 years, the state gives it to you. They held off that land 21 years. The state gave it to them. Why did they pick that land? What do we think? Stephen King put us in a movie! Yeah, I noticed. Thinner. Stephen King's Thinner Gypsies. I hate that. That's what people call us. I can't stand it. Never even heard of Stephen King until they showed up. Stephen King's film crew, they showed up on our farm. Couldn't get them out. They were there for 5 hours. They wouldn't turn off the cameras. They wouldn't leave. And they illegally put all that footage in the Thinner movie. I have so many Stephen King fans. They'll see me at conventions and they recognize me and they're like, oh, Thinner Witch, oh, Gypsy Witch, Stephen King, Thinner Witch. And then they come running over. How much did you get paid for that? And I was like, we never got paid a penny. They were there illegally. We didn't even know who they were. Never heard of Stephen King. Just a bunch of trespassing Americans. But David and Lucy get this whole thing in their head, this idea. Well, if he put us in a movie because he came on our land illegally, which it wasn't their land, it was my land, we can go live on his land illegally and take it. And they did. Went behind his house, gated off an area section, big section. Held it off, gunpoint, 20 years. Now they own it. Big compound, the Heaven's Gate compound. I don't know, just so upset and stressed out because I try to have my own separate life and do my own thing and ignore that I have psychopaths for relatives, actual terrorists for relatives. Fucking Heaven's Gate. And then I wake up to find out, oh, the entire world is got your families all over the news. Hey, look, here's your family all over national news. Every single news station on the fucking planet. Again. Every single time they do something like this, I always end up getting swamped with people asking me questions. That's why I have to have things like Twitch chat turned off. Kool-Aid. What color is Kool-Aid? Who the hell cares? I'm banning you from my damn Twitch chat. What's wrong with them? Extremist fanatics. Can't mind their own business. I mean, that's what it boils down to. They have extreme wild beliefs. I mean, Mormons in general have extreme wild beliefs, but the Heaven's Gate branch of the fundamentalist LDS Church has more extreme beliefs than any other Mormon. Heaven's Gate are the most psychotic of all the Mormons. And I am a Mormon. Mormons like that give the rest of us a bad name. Idiots. We've been going almost 4 hours. I need to stop the video. It's going to be a hard time to upload it. I need to de-stress. I am so stressed out right now. The last thing you want to wake up to, ever, is 23 members of your family all over the national news because they staged a terrorist attack on the capital of the United States. Why did he do things like this? It's bad enough when you see things like this happen and you're like, what is wrong with those people? Why did they do something like this? And then you realize, wait, that's my family. What the fuck? What is wrong with them? Why did they do it? Say raving fucking lunatics. I have to be related to them. I hate being related to them. I don't want to be related to them. I shouldn't even know them, let alone be related to them. I need to get up and go to the bathroom. I need to stop the video. It's so hard for me to get up. I have a broken spine, if you didn't know. Crippled. Bedridden. Because, hey, I have terrorists for relatives who think it's funny to beat somebody up with a golf club. Guess I'll see you guys next time. This went a whole extra hour that I didn't plan on because I'm just so annoyed. I was pissed off when I heard there was a terrorist attack. And then I watched the video footage. And I recognized the fucking terrorists as my uncle and his wives and their kids. And now I'm like, I don't know what I'm feeling. Horrified? Ashamed to admit I'm related to them? Why did they do something like this? This is so insane. It's times like this when I wish I had somebody to talk to, because I don't have anybody to talk to. I only have you guys. You're the only people I have. I mean, you saw all the news reports on every single news station in every single country on the entire planet right now. You saw my relatives. You know why I can't talk to my relatives. Jackasses. Fucking psychotic jackasses. I hate being related to them so much. I need to get up and go to the bathroom. I don't think there's any way possible that I'm going to be able to sleep, so I'll probably be back in a few minutes to bitch some more in another episode. I'm just too upset right now. I can't even focus on anything. See you guys later.